Okay, well, good morning and welcome back to our negotiations. Good seeing you all. And before we get started, I know Liz wanted to capture some housekeeping issues. So, Liz.
Good morning. Good to see everyone. Just wanted to do a couple of things this morning on housekeeping measures, given that there had been a little bit of time since we last met. And one, first and foremost, wanted to thank you all for your promptness and responsiveness in our sort of discussions back and forth and trying to get dates set, as well as getting an additional extension signed, which takes us through our meeting today. And then again, we have another session that's scheduled for August 30th, and so we'll have prepared an additional extension for your review today, but just wanted to express the appreciation for your promptness in getting back to us and making sure that we can operate smoothly, and wanted to be sure that for those that haven't seen them, all of that does get uploaded on the website so that everybody has them readily at hand. So just wanted to be sure that we said thank you, and also made it very clear that for those that are following this, that's where they can find those documents. Also wanted to reflect and it was clear from the discussion back and forth in terms of proposals and the responses that we had tentative agreements that were arrived at in the last set of meetings, but those were actually signed and uploaded to the website as well. So I just wanted, for clarity's sake, to be sure that folks were aware those 5 tentative agreements, which included Article 3, management rights, Article 12, labor management relations, Article 18 on holidays, Article 28 on employee fitness, Article 30 on grievance, are signed and all uploaded to the website. And you will find those in addition to our April 12th tentative agreement that was on Article 24. So just by way of ensuring everybody was operating off of the same bucket of information, wanted to make sure that was abundantly clear, and again, appreciate the prompt responsiveness in helping things keep moving even when we actually weren't able to meet. So just thank you for that.
Liz, just to note, you mentioned August 30th. I think August 23rd is the date that we discussed.
I apologize. August 23rd.
Two dates suggested the 23rd of the two is the one
that you
the
picked.
30th definitely does not work.
Okay, so. Very good. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying.
Okay, so with that, Rick, we understand that you have a packet proposal to review with us, so we're ready for that.
Great. Good morning, everybody. Nice to see you again. It's been a little while, but I'm glad that we've got a couple of dates that we're looking at this month. I do know that it's budget season, and we would like nothing more than to get this contract wrapped up before we hit Labor Day in the month of September. And so what I've given you are 2 documents. One is a markup of Article 32, and the other is a proposal summary. So I'd like to revisit where we were when we were last together on the 25th of June and address a pretty significant economic move that we're going to make. And so there are some things that are left out here. I'm hoping that we can resolve some of these today. But we're going to go in order and start with Article 6, union leave. There's an Article 17 component to that. But our proposal remains as it was on June 24th, and that's to increase the hours per year deposited into the Union Leave Bank from 3 to 6. You'll recall that we had withdrawn certain aspects of our proposal. That was all in the markup that we provided to you on June 24th, and so our position remains the same on that issue. On Article 14, overtime, you will recall the union withdrew its proposed improvements to the overtime process on June 24th, and we're going to maintain that position, and we propose to maintain the current contract language in Article 14. Article 15, hours, we have maintained our position from June 24th. I do have a housekeeping question for you. You can answer when we're done. We do have language in Article 15, and we reference giving that language to you, and I'm not sure that you actually ever got it. And so when we're done, let me know. If you have it, fine. If not, I have language for you on 15. Article 17, our position is the same. We did have some discussion about the FVS shifts when we were together on the 24th and 25th. And, I think we're very close on that. And, we had proposed much more significant increases. We are willing, and we were willing on the 24th to just add one additional slot in fire suppression and in EMS, but to have those be in Section 3C of the contract, as I think that we had talked about doing that in May. I know that maybe you might have had some opportunities to talk to fire administration about how that might work, but we're waiting to hear back from the city on that. On Article 20, uniforms, we made progress in June on that. I think we have agreement on the amount. The union had withdrawn certain aspects of its proposal, carryover, et cetera. We had agreed to increase the amount itself from $500 to $600. The outstanding aspect of the proposal is to increase or to adjust that amount annually per CPI, since that's stuff that you're actually buying equipment with, and that's a little more sensitive to cost of living than other things. Incentive pay, we maintain our June 25th proposal. We gave you that, and there was a fair amount of detail in that, and we had some discussion on the 25th, but I understood there's more, that there be more, require some more time for you guys to dig through that, and so we made that proposal. You'll recall that there were significant changes to our Article 22 proposal, and a lot of our proposed improvements were removed from the table. Article 23, I think we only have one issue. We gave you language on the 25th on this. We've agreed to most of the changes, right, for Article 23, most of which were proposed by the city. We only have this outstanding issue about the sick check language in Section 4B, and we've had some back and forth on that. We're waiting to hear the city's response on that. Article 25, health benefits, we maintain our June 24th proposal, with the caveat that I know that we did create a subcommittee to meet about some of the health care issues. I do know that the committee met, and I do think that there are some questions that we're waiting for answers on, but we're optimistic. Parental leave, we haven't gotten a response to our parental leave proposal. You'll recall that the system proposed by the city in response to the union's proposal was essentially the police benefit. That's different from what we had proposed. It's not, quite frankly, what we would prefer, but we indicated in June that we agree to that. We agree to that language and have an identical system. The only difference is that the amount of time be 168 hours, not 160 hours, and that's just to reflect the shift. And so we want to be able to have full shifts, full 24-hour shifts taken for the parental leave, and we haven't gotten a response yet from that. Drug testing, I think our language is the most recent on this. We did have some discussion on the 24th and again on the 25th about how we deal with THCA. Promotions. We handed you a counter proposal on promotions. You will recall that in June, our position was the same as it had been throughout the negotiations, and that's that we do not want to change Article 32. And we've had discussions about why that's the case. The city, when we were last together, moved off of one of your non-economic issues relating to discipline in the grievance process. And so the committee went back and spent a fair amount of time trying to figure out how we could move in the city's direction on a non-economic issue, knowing that your promotions and that your hiring proposals were still on the table. And so what we handed you is a markup of Article 32 promotions. Now, what you will see is that this markup does not accept the city's proposals, the city's proposed changes to 32. I don't know that we ever got that markup, by the way, when we were together in June, but we know what you proposed earlier, right? But you've identified making changes to the promotional process as an issue and modernizing the system as an issue. And so what we've handed you is a document that basically keeps Article 32 the same as it is now with the addition of a leadership development program. And so we look to the private sector, where there are many very effective leadership development programs in place, and came up with the concept of creating a joint committee here in the city of San Antonio within the fire department to develop a leadership development program and to implement that. We could stop right there and say that's a pretty big development. But what we did was we tried to put some meat on the bone of the proposal, knowing that it's a committee and the administration might have its own opinions on what the leadership development program might look like. But one of the main aspects of the program is to have minimum requirements, minimum educational requirements to participants in the leadership development program, right? Which would essentially mean you're adding a number of educational requirements that will essentially act as prerequisites, for candidates for promotion. Those are all contained in subsection B of our new section A to Article 32. If you go down the list and you look at those new prerequisites, and you were to compare that list to the union's initial Article 22 incentive pay proposal, you'll see that a lot of things match up. And to remind you of our conversations that we had with respect to incentive pay at the outset of the negotiations, one of the types of improvements that we had proposed to Article 22 was to add new training and certification differentials, and to have additional pay per month to individuals who held certain, who had met certain educational requirements, all of which were job related, all of which we thought would be a value add to the city if we held these out as an incentive to people to secure particular completion of particular classes and then use those new skills at work. No one would have to do it, but if you did it, there was a financial incentive. We withdrew that proposal, right? In an effort to move forward. We took that off the table in June, right? What we did here was actually take a lot of those same certifications, but we're not tying them to money. We're essentially making them requirements, really, if you want to be promoted. A lot of these same things that we believe in, right? We believe that they're important. We believe that they're a value add. We're saying let's take them, put them into a leadership development program. There's no additional money attached to this. But if you want to follow a ladder towards developing in the department and moving up the ranks, we believe that these are significant. And so, in a sense, we're kind of putting our money where our mouth is with respect to those training proposals and saying let's put them in the area of promotion in trying to address one of the areas where the city had identified a desire to make changes. And so, we know you'll go through this with administration and address that. There is one other change in there in Article 32 that we're suggesting, and that's in the section that has to do with appointment of assistant chiefs or deputy chiefs, and that currently you can reach down to the rank of captain for that, and we're proposing to eliminate that, consistent with beefing up these prerequisites for promotions to various ranks. We want to make sure that people are following the appropriate track. And so there's lots of content there. We know it will take you time to review it, but I wanted to at least provide some context as to why we're proposing it. We're trying to not just say no to a priority of yours, and we looked at things that we had told you across the table we thought were valuable, and we're still trying to address those in a way that doesn't have a price tag attached to it. Now, to pay for training, right, there's a price tag there, but that's more of an investment. There's not a specific price tag in terms of money going into members' pockets. That's the Article 32 proposal. Consequently, Article 33, hiring, our position remains the same. We want to keep the contract the way it is. Article 38, duration, I think that we have essentially a tentative agreement on a 3-year term and a 5-year evergreen. Although we don't have anything signed off, that's basically the length that we're talking about. And then on wages, so, we're moving. And you will recall that there was a lot of movement in June on both sides in the area of wages in Article 13 and elsewhere. And so in response to the city's initial movement, you'll recall the union essentially withdrew its 4th shift proposal and significantly reduced our percentage increases. And when we left the negotiations, our proposed increases, I guess the good news in this discussion is we're now talking about 3 years, and we're talking about raises that become effective on October 1 of each of the 3 years. So there's a lot of the kind of apparatus of the language that we agree about. What we have it down to is what are those numbers? What are those percent raises? And we left you in June with 11%, 9%, 7%. The city did increase its offer on June 25th, and we appreciate that. We went back and crunched the numbers, and so you will see that we've reduced our proposed raises in years 2 and 3 of the contract, and so we're still proposing 11% in year 1. We believe there's a need that's right now, but we're reducing our proposed raise in 25 to 8% and in 26 to 6%. We can go back over the history of the negotiations and our explanations regarding why we believe we need a significant adjustment and a reset in this cycle. I'm not going to take up your time with that. I will remind you that, we have acted throughout cognizant of the city's desire not to exceed 66%, and, this proposal falls well below the 66% threshold for budgeting purposes, and we know that's good. That will enable a city to reach a goal. And so it's significant movement, we think, on our part, paired with movement on the area of promotions. And we know that you're going to consider it, and we look forward to your response.
Thank you, Rick. What we would like to do is caucus and review what you have presented to us. I just want to summarize just to make sure that my understanding is accurate in terms of what you're countering with today. So in essence, in summarizing your proposal, it appears that you're maintaining your June 24 proposal for most of the articles, with the exceptions of Article 33, which is this new leadership development program that you described. And we'll review that, as well as the change on wages, the decrease from over 3 years of 2 percentage points in the last 2 years of the contract. And if I'm understanding that those are the 2 substantive changes from where we were back in June?
Yeah, on June 24th, we made a comprehensive proposal. On June 25th, when we resumed, the city responded to our proposed changes to Article 13, Article 14, and Article 20. And so we haven't gotten responses, other than you can say, well, no, was the response, but we haven't received substantive responses on the other articles. And so those positions still remain, where they are, although I will note that we did have discussion at the table about some of those issues. And so that's why we're hoping to get some clarity on those today. But I think your summary is correct. The positions, as identified on the list, many of them are the same as where we left them, except with the substantive movement on Article 32, promotions, and the most important article, Article 13, wages.
Very good. Well, I don't have any questions at this point. Liz and Renee, any questions? So what we'll do, Rick, we'll caucus and we'll call you just to kind of give you a sense on when we're coming back to the table.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, well, thank you for the comprehensive response to our proposal from the last time, so we appreciate that. We wanted to do a few things with you the rest of this afternoon. First of all, we want to acknowledge that we received Article 15 for ours, so thank you for that. We wanted to talk a little bit more about Article 32 for promotions. We have a few questions on your proposal. We think overall is a step in the positive direction, so we want to take some time to be able to give you our response. So we'll ask a few questions, and we also want to share some of the why of what we were proposing on the last article, so we can sort of, when you get our response, we can reflect some of that as well. We also believe, based on our conversation this morning, that we can TA a couple of articles, so we have some responses for your consideration today. And then we we'll be giving you a comprehensive response to the other articles when we come back on the 23rd. So with that, we'll start with Article 32. And we wanted just to get a little bit more from your perspective what you are recommending on Section A. Specifically, you mentioned creating a board, and this board will develop a curriculum or recommend a curriculum. And you have 9 different topics or areas. And our question was, is this something that you envision that will be created by the board, or are you proposing to recommend a nationally recognized leadership program from Metro Chiefs or any other recognized organization in the fire industry?
The intent is for the board to work together collaboratively to incorporate a system that works for San Antonio Fire Department.
If I may, Maria. Mm-hmm. And I guess just to help us get a sense of how we think about the content and the curriculum, do you or can you point us to examples of where there may be this is developed in another department, or it's a model in any of the IAFF materials, or NFPA, just sort of things that we might be able to look to from a national perspective, or other departments, just by way of comparators to be able to see how this is envisioned or recommended or tried in other places.
Are you talking about for the leadership development program specifically? Because the labor management relationship in developing healthy working ecosystems and programs for departments is universally recognized in America.
Yeah, more specifically to a leadership program, and especially one that envisions particular prerequisites for ranks, right? So it looks like it's twofold, which is designing a curriculum collaboratively, so that type of specificity, a leadership program, and then the creation through that leadership program, or independent of the leadership program, of prerequisites in the way that the proposal envisions.
I'm not specifically familiar with other departments and how they've gone about it. We didn't reach out. This was discussed in depth when I was the chief of training, when we launched the first sustained officer development, training program, which started nominally with Officer 1 for lieutenants and Officer 2 for captains, and then was never manifested to the degree that it was supposed to. Doing it in reverse order, where it's a prerequisite for testing, assures that members get the skill level, the knowledge, and the training that they need to serve in a given function and role. So for us, it seemed common sense.
Got it. Well, that's helpful. And I guess the takeaway is this is organic to SAFD, and so sometimes we look to NFPA or other places for policy that we're modeling locally. Okay.
Absolutely. The idea is to grow an organic program so that some of the issues that we see repeated that manifest in disciplinary issues or programmatic issues within our department and organization can be addressed through training and education so that those problems never develop, they never happen. Instead of being responsive, we're proactive.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. It's kind of a
Yeah.
preventative measure.
It's good sense. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're right. Appreciate that.
Just another question. For those individuals that are currently holding a position, let's say captain and above, is your idea to grandfather those individuals that have already been promoted and then start, let's say, effective the date of whatever we were to agree, then that would be implemented going forward that way?
Yeah, if you want to continue to progress, right, it'll be in effect. But the criteria as part of the development program for a rank that someone currently maintains would not then be superimposed as mandatory on current officers. So yeah, we would grandparent that requirement.
And I think I'm trying to figure out what I read it, but there was a recertification every 5 years. Yeah, it's right here. Firefighters shall be required to recertify unless they have promoted to a new rank. So, and I'm thinking of existing employees that hold specific ranks. So if you're a captain today, this becomes in effect, then that individual will be required to get the certifications in 5 years to.
So, Maria, the intent is that everybody in a given position has the training that they need to function effectively in that position. They have the education, whether it's human resources, whether it's, professional competencies, whatever it might be. The intent is to ensure that every member occupying a given rank within our structure has the training that is requisite of that rank. So in that regard, yes, everybody would eventually get the training. That's the intent. We're trying to improve the organization. And then obviously as it applies to individuals looking to move up the chain of command, it would apply immediately. So I think that would probably be something that we'd have to come through and discuss, as a programmatic issue and how we implement it, how we catch up individuals who have not had the training yet. Kind of like what we're doing with captains and lieutenants right now. As they promote, it's a responsive education and training program instead of a proactive training and education program.
Got it. So the intent would be for those that don't have the training and continue to hold the position, they have 5 years to get the training that is required by, no?
I think that would be something for the committee to work through. I think that's a goal, and a lot of the stuff is happening now, but not in the organized fashion that we're hoping will happen. And so just to pull one certification from one rank, if the rank of fire captain in the program, one of the requirements is fire officer 2. So if someone's a captain now and they don't currently possess fire officer 2, they wouldn't be required to get that, right? That if someone's a lieutenant now and they want to promote, they would be required to get that and recertify once they have attained that rank. But certainly, if it's a good idea, right, for new officers, it's a good idea for current ones, and ways that we might be able to achieve that are the types of things that we would imagine that this joint committee would discuss.
Got it.
Yeah, not on their language specifically, but I wanted to talk about a little bit of the why.
Those are the questions that we had on your proposal. We wanted just to share with you a little bit about the why of our changes that we have recommended to promotions as we continue reviewing your proposal.
Thank you, Maria. And just, we thought it important to kind of pause and talk a little bit through about the rationale behind what we had proposed in the various components of the promotions article. And so there was a request in our proposal that would change in-person assessments to video assessments. And independent of the additional request, which is requesting assessment components for lower rank than we currently have, the idea behind the video assessments is to continue with quality evaluation, but in a way that's more efficient than in-person, because it gets really hard to get in-person assessors here. And, you know, if necessary, Renee could get into the specificity of some of that. But if we have the ability to do video assessments, then that becomes a more efficient task without sacrificing quality for purposes of assessment. So that's the rationale behind the request and the proposal to go from in-person assessors to video assessments. There's also the request in the proposal that adds additional ranks to the assessment component. And the rationale behind that is that we believe there are ways to determine whether or not somebody's going to be a good supervisor that are better than just the test. And so we believe that the assessment component does that. And so the idea behind including additional ranks with an assessment component is the rationale behind that. And then there was a third component to our article, which was to change a different mechanism for the B exam for those that are on military leave when an exam is administered, and that is effectively to test them when they get back, along with the next cohort of test takers, but then retroactive their promotion, so it puts them in the spot where they would have been promoted had they taken the test at the time that they were on military leave. In other words, it makes them whole for the time they were on military leave, dependent upon when that test was administered for when they would have tested, as opposed to creating a whole separate test for that person. And so that's been the way we've done it on the police side, and it gives us some savings because we don't have to create a second test. They just test with the next group of people for the promotion, but again, making them whole by retroactively placing them where they would have promoted had they taken the test at the time they ordinarily would have taken absent the military leave. So again, just a lesson learned on the police side that seems to work well, and but wanted to sort of reiterate the rationale for that ask. Yes, you're welcome.
On the assessment center specifically, as the only individual, I think, in the room who has suffered through a fire department assessment center, and having elevated to advanced ranks and serving as a personnel chief, I can tell you that they don't work for that intended function. That's not what they're devised for, not within our current structure. That's not the way our assessment center works. It's tactical, it's inbox, and then usually it's program management. Those usually are not indicative of successful supervisors or leaders within the fire service. And we have also seen that, some pretty terrible decisions and actions have been taken by high-ranking individuals within the department who were also assessed officers. So just putting it out there as a kind of a fact, it doesn't work towards that end.
And I fully respect your experience. And again, you pointed back to sort of accepted practices, in the in other fire departments and through, throughout the community. And I guess the idea behind something other than a written test that is pretty much a book and a memorization test is what we're looking to improve upon. And I think there is some value in basket exercises and program management and those other types of things. But in any event, the desire is for us to improve our promotion process in a way that gets beyond just testing for the skills that make somebody a good test taker.
And just so there's complete understanding between the two parties, I think our perspective was that it's better done through training and preparation and education than it is through something that could be potentially problematic and inconsistent and subject to inconsistent parameters, like like the current system runs on 3 assessors being brought into town, one that y'all pick, one that we pick, one that we agree upon. Those individuals have different filters that they run it through. They're from across the nation, possibly similarly sized departments, possibly not. And that's quite a bit of room for fluctuation and inconsistency in an organization that needs consistent professional decision makers and problem solvers. So that was really our take on it. And we understand your position on assessment centers. Having lived in this organization for 26 plus years, and then we have a couple hundred years of experience on our team in totality, that's our perspective. Thank you.
No, we appreciate that very much and agree wholeheartedly that training helps and, helps try equalize and make sure expectations are set and gives people the tools that they need to succeed, and fully support that. The sort of fact of the matter is we have promotional processes, right? And other than 143, this is the way that we improve them. And, it's our goal to be able to work towards that. And we appreciate your work towards that. And so we see what you proposed today as work towards that. And we'll certainly study that and be prepared to have a fuller conversation on the 23rd.
Can I ask one question? Joe, when you're talking about what you think is the best prediction of success as a supervisor, whether it's an assessment center or not an assessment center, if you set that aside, if you just think about the process that's in place today with the assessment center that does exist, do you guys have any issue with it being a video recorded assessment? Part of what I had shared with our team is because of the number of candidates coming through and having a live assessment, the assessors typically tell us that they're exhausted by the end of the day, and that being able to have it video recorded allows them to spread the assessment out over several days, allows them to refer back to a candidate if they look similarly ranked and they're like, I'm trying to figure out who actually performed better. And now I could put them side by side and take another look at the recording. I just didn't know what y'all's thought on having it video recorded.
That's a good question, Renee. Thank you. I can tell you that we haven't talked about the video assessment specifically as an issue amongst the team. But I can also tell you, having participated in assessments and having been subject to assessment centers, I think that there's something lost in quality overall without having that individual in the room with you and being able to interact with them, see how they interact with you. There's something that's lost in video. I understand that the ease of use would be improved according to what you're saying. I understand that you may think that it's more rapid, or that they can go back and revisit that. I also feel like something would be lost. You're asking for my opinion. I feel like something would be lost without that interaction. Interaction is important. It's also an important predictor of outcomes in terms of the way the individual is able to communicate with people specifically and what their decision-making capacities are potentially. So I think that there's a quality that is lost in video specifically, potentially. However, we haven't discussed it as a team in broad spectrum. Rewinding to my assessment for chief officer 13 years ago, I think that there's a component of being there in person. I totally understand, because of the way the assessment center works right now, how exhausted they can be depending on how many candidates there are, right? And it can be an exhausting day for those assessors. Totally get that. And maybe there's ways that we can innovate that system as well. But we're potentially losing a quality component for quantity if we do away with in-person assessments. It's just, I think it's just something topically that we need to discuss in depth.
Well, thank you, Joe. We would appreciate that. I think just to echo to what Liz mentioned, we see your proposal on Article 32, as I mentioned, a positive step in the right direction. We believe training is important, giving employees the tools that they need and the resources they need as they get promoted and they face different challenges as supervisors. So we are very interested in reviewing that in detail and getting back to you with a counter. To that effect, also, if we would appreciate your consideration on the video assessments for the reasons that Renee stated. Following the process that we have today, we see that as a helpful tool for the association and the department and the city to be able to facilitate that promotion process from that perspective on the assessment. So we would appreciate your consideration and discussion on that.
Can I ask a question about that? Forgive the very basic question. So the video recorded assessments, as you contemplate them, because I could maybe be hearing two different things. In the one instance, there's a video recorded assessment. It's the equivalent of a Zoom meeting, let's say a virtual assessment, where the person that's doing the assessing is not in the same room as the candidate. Okay. And then there's another way to understand a video recorded assessment, which is there's an in-person assessment that is recorded where the assessor, who has had an opportunity to meet with the candidate in person after the fact, has an opportunity to go back and review that video recorded session again to, refresh their memory when they're reaching their conclusions. So which is the city proposing? I guess is the question.
So when you say the option one, that's like a Zoom call, it's kind of deviates from that as well. What happens is you go in the room, you prepare for whatever exercise, and then you come into another room and there's a video camera, and when you're ready, you start to record yourself.
But there's not a person.
There's not a person there.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Do you have any other questions for us on 32?
In-person assessments, are they video recorded currently? They're not.
They're not video recorded, and having them video recorded would address the one issue I said, which is they could look back at it. Yeah. But the problem that we're struggling with is when you try to choose assessors, at the end of our assessment center, without fail, the assessors tell me, don't really want to come back and do another assessment center in San Antonio, because in order to make sure that we get through all the candidates in a day and that the exercise doesn't leak out, they're starting very early in the day. They're working through lunch and working late into the day. And they're saying, you're flying us to beautiful San Antonio, but you don't even let us see San Antonio because we are working much harder than we even work back home. So just trying to get quality assessors who have the time and energy to devote to our candidates.
Fair enough. Thank you.
I would like to add, I think historically there have been some litigation surrounding the district chief's assessment center specifically. And I don't remember if y'all were party to it or not, but I remember a lot of conversation being had about video recording of the assessment center. So I wonder if that would open up the city to potential litigation down the road. because somebody could potentially make a case, file open records or whatever on all of the video assessments in an effort to show that they were a better candidate for a given rank or something like that. I would have concerns about that as well, just because historically, I remember, and I apologize, I don't remember off the top of my head the specifics of it, but I do remember the district chief's assessment center has been contested a couple times, and videography was specifically discussed as one of the components, if I remember correctly. So I just wonder, if that's a potential angle that we would want to look at ahead of even, diving into that subject.
Thank you. So we would like to move on to a couple of articles that I mentioned. We may be able to tentatively agree on those today. One is Article 17 for vacation, and Liz is going to pass or I can pass it. Oops. So you will see that on Section 3C and D, we have a couple of edits there. And on C, we are reflecting that there will be a maximum of 6 employees allowed off on FVS per shift, 3 in fire suppression and 3 in EMS. So that's an increase from 2 to 1 in each of the divisions. And then we just have some striking out some old language in Section D, since that was referencing the previous agreement. So for your review, we're happy to answer any questions. And as I mentioned, I believe this is what the association was requesting earlier this morning. And then the other article is Article 27, miscellaneous, specifically parental leave or family leave. So Section 10 is a new section in this article, and it provides a family leave provision. The previous proposal that we had proposed to the association had 160 hours of family leave. As you had indicated to us, you were countering that we increase that to 168 hours to align with the shifts of the operating divisions. So the city is increasing the 160 hours to 168. We also cleaned up some language that we realized as we were trying to make the benefit same as police. We eliminated a section that talked about a sick leave bank that the police has that is not applicable to fire. So we removed that section. Everything else is consistent with what we had proposed previously. So again, those are the two articles for your consideration that we could potentially tentatively agree on today. Happy to answer any questions.
Can I rewind real quick, Maria? I apologize. And it was specifically, it was my brain, and as it might feel like we didn't build our offer or our proposal on promotions on any existing system, and we actually did. It very closely mirrors and mimics military systems. Military, is world-renowned for building some of the best leaders in the world. And they have training and education components before they can advance in rank, and that's really where the foundation of our proposal came from, was a paramilitary standing. I don't know that it's done in other departments. I don't know if they're innovative enough to do that, but that's where the foundation for the proposal came from.
Thank you, Joe.
Yeah, I think we'll review Article 17 and Article 27. That seems consistent with what we had discussed earlier. So can we take a short caucus?
Sure.
If there's nothing else for right now. And do you want to come back in 10 minutes?
That works.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Okay, we're back. Thanks for the time. So a couple of matters. We thank you for your responses to the union's counters on Article 17, vacations, and Article 27, which is really parental leave. We've reviewed the language, it's acceptable, and we have signed them both. And if you want to do clean versions to sign for TAs, that's fine, but the language is acceptable, and we've sent a signed version of those two over. And we're happy to do clean versions if you want to do that.
Well, we'll have another copy, so we can give you a copy. So I'll send
Okay.
this in a second copy so you can take over.
Okay, great.
Forgot to turn on the microphone. So we'll sign both clean copies as per list. So that way you can take one and we'll keep one.
And we're also handing over additional two signed extensions that will continue the bargaining window through August 31st, noting that we have a session calendared for August 23rd. And that's it for the union response. And I think, Maria, as you said, the city does not have an economic response for us today, correct?
That is correct, Rick.
Okay.
We'll have that for the 26th. I'm sorry, 23rd.
I'm a little confused on that. We are way below the city's self-enforced 66.6% ceiling. So I'm a little lost on why we're not seeing an economic counter.
Sure. Joe, I had mentioned before that the 66% in this case that's not the only driver for the city's economic proposal. We have to take into account the whole general fund, all of our revenues and expenses. And so the 66% is one driver, but not the only one. We have to take into account how much resources we have available for the contract. So we appreciate the association moving those 2 percentage points, and that is something that will be taken into consideration when we come back on the 23rd.
So I guess maybe I need to explain my confusion. Our last contract, that entire debacle, was predicated on 66.6%. Is this a case where we're being crowded out now? There's not enough room in the budget to fairly compensate our firefighters competitively within the state of Texas? Is this kind of what we're seeing manifest?
So the 66% is one of our financial policies. The goal is to keep public safety below that 66%, and we have done that for the past several years. You may recall our conversations with the council when we did the 5-year financial forecast, and then when we did the trial budget in May. When we did the trial budget, which is the latest financial information we provided to the council, we were facing a deficit of $10 million over 2 years. So it's two factors: is how much cash we have available to work with, and also the financial policies, one of them being public safety staying below 66%. So to answer your question is both that we are taking into account.
Both the 66.6% and fire being crowded out, or what was it?
66% and the financial resources available to the city for this contract.
Okay. Sounds like the same thing.
It's not.
So just by way of housekeeping, did you all get 2 signatures on a Article 17 and an Article 27?
Yes, I'm signing
Okay.
27 right now.
And Rick, if you could do me a favor and just be sure that I don't think the three of you signed the sign-in sheet. It stopped right there. So if we could get signatures, that would be great.
Did you sign? Yeah. Oh, you did? Okay, so. Sherry, you want
Thank you.
to put your number down?
One copy will be for you all and one copy for the city. Thank you, Billy.
I think we're done for today. We look forward to clearing away maybe some more issues on the 23rd and really digging into the finances. We still share your goal of concluding these negotiations in August, and we got a day on the calendar in August, so we'll be ready to work.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thanks.
We'll see you on the 23rd.
See you.